Hello, my friend. Today I will tell you another long-forgotten legend. Close your eyes and let the magic transport you to Middle-earth. Our journey begins.
Long ago, when the world was still young and the stars shone brighter over the lands of Middle-earth, there lay a vast rolling plain, green and golden beneath the endless sky. The wind swept across the grass like a whisper, carrying with it the laughter of children, the songs of men, and the distant thunder of hooves. This was the land that would come to be known as Rohan, the Rittermark, home of the horse lords, where the mighty steeds ran free and the spirit of the land was as wild and untamed as the wind itself. But in the earliest days, before the riders carved their name into the history of Middle-earth, these lands were not yet theirs. They were but empty fields and scattered settlements, watched over by the stars and the turning of the seasons. The people who would one day call it home were still far away, in the north, where the air was colder and the mountains stood like great sentinels against the sky. Among those northern folk were a people called the Eotheod, tall and fair, with golden hair that shone like the summer sun. They were a people of the horse, born in the saddle and bound to their steeds as though they shared a single heart. They lived along the banks of the river Anduin in a land of steep hills and swift-running streams, where the winds carried the scent of pine and the voices of ancient spirits echoed in the valleys. Their leader in those days was a young lord named Eorl the Young, a man of great strength and greater heart. He rode upon a mighty stallion, a horse as white as fresh-fallen snow, swift as the north wind and fearless as the storm. Felarof he was called, the first of the Mirars, the noble breed of horses said to be blessed by the Valar themselves. No bridle could tame Felarof, no whip could command him, and yet he chose to bear Eorl upon his back, not as a master but as a friend. Eorl had inherited his father's throne too soon, for war had come to their lands, and it was upon the field of battle that he had been forced to lead. Though young, his spirit burned bright, and his people followed him not because they were bound by law, but because they loved him. Under his banner, the Eotheoth grew strong, their songs rising like birds upon the wind, their warriors swift and sure. But even the boldest of men cannot fight the darkness alone, and far to the south the shadow of war was spreading once more. Gondor, the great kingdom of the Dunedain, was faltering. Its borders were harried by invaders from the east. The Balkoth, a cruel and ruthless people who swept across the lands in a tide of fire and steel. They came in vast numbers, their banners dark against the sky, their war cries like the howling of wolves in the night. Gondor's armies, valiant though they were, could not hold them back alone. A desperate plea was sent northward, carried by riders who braved the wild lands between, their horses foaming with sweat, their hearts pounding with fear. "Aid us," their message said. "Come, if you have the strength, or Gondor shall fall." And Eorl listened. He stood upon the high hills of his land, gazing southward, where the mountains stood like a distant wall between his people and the war that raged beyond. He did not hesitate, for the blood of warriors ran in his veins, and his heart had always been tied to honor and oath. If Gondor fell, so too would all lands beyond, and darkness would creep ever closer. And so he gathered his riders. It was a sight to make the very earth tremble. The sun had not yet risen when the host of the Eotheods set forth, their banners flying in the cold dawn, their spears glinting like stars. At their head rode Eor, Felarof beneath him, his golden hair streaming behind him like fire. They rode like the wind, swift and relentless. Across the plains and rivers, through valleys and over hills, they rode without rest, without falter, driven by duty and destiny. Never before had such a host moved so swiftly, for they were bound to their horses as though they were one, and the land itself seemed to speed their passage. At last they came to the field of Celebrant, where the forces of Gondor stood, weary and battered, their shields dented, their swords dulled with the blood of battle. The Balcoth had come upon them in great numbers, pressing them back against the river, and the tide of war was turning against them. The hour was desperate, and then the sound of hooves upon the wind. It was a thunder that rolled across the land, growing louder and stronger, a storm that broke upon the battlefield like a mighty wave. The riders of the north had come. With a cry that split the heavens, Eor led his riders into the fray, their swords gleaming, their lances lowered. The Balcoth, caught unawares, turned in terror as the horse lords crashed into their ranks. The ground shook beneath the charge, and the song of steel upon steel filled the air. The battle was fierce, but the riders were fiercer still, for they fought not only for victory, but for honor, for kin, for the land itself. And when the dust had settled, Gondor stood. For his valor, for his swiftness, for the bond of brotherhood he had forged with Gondor that day, the steward of the realm granted Eor and his people a gift beyond measure, a land of their own, vast and fair, green and golden, where their horses could run free and their people could live as they were meant to live. Thus the Riddermark was born, and Eorl, the young, the bold, the swift, became its first king. The story does not end here. No, this is but the beginning, for the riders of Rohan would face many trials, and their courage would be tested again and again. But on that day, beneath the golden light of the setting sun, the land that would be called Rohan was won by the strength of its people and the thunder of their hooves. And so the song of the horse lords began. The dawn was pale when the riders beheld their promised land, and the sky unfurled like a great golden banner, streaked with hues of amber and silver, the last remnants of the stars dissolving into the morning light. The wind swept over the endless green of the plains, bending the grasses in great waves that shimmered like a sea beneath the vast and cloudless sky. This was a land untouched by the ruin of war, where the rivers ran clear and bright, singing their ageless songs to the roots of ancient trees, where the scent of wild flowers drifted upon the air, mingling with the distant hum of unseen wings. It was a land waiting to be claimed, waiting for the thunder of hoofs and the laughter of children, waiting for voices raised in song and the banners of a new people to rise upon the wind. Eorl, astride his mighty stallion Felarof, sat silent for a long while upon a rise in the land, his gaze sweeping across the green and golden fields that stretched beyond sight. He felt the breath of the wind upon his skin, the warmth of the morning sun upon his face, and for a moment the weight of the journey, the long days of sleepless riding, the echo of battle still ringing in his bones, faded into something distant, something that no longer held power over him. He closed his eyes, listening, not just to the world around him, but to the deep, unspoken song that the land itself seemed to sing. A song older than memory, older than the stone of the mountains or the flow of the rivers. A song of belonging, of home. At last he spoke, his voice quiet yet filled with the weight of something ancient, something inevitable. "This land," he murmured, as if speaking to the earth itself, as if making a promise not just for himself, but for all those who followed him. "This land is wide and fair, untamed and free. It is a land made for riders, for the wind to carry the voices of its people, for the hooves of our steeds to carve their song into the earth." He turned to those who had ridden beside him, to those who had fought and bled and triumphed at his side, and his eyes, though weary from the long road, were bright with the fire of something that no exhaustion could quench. "Here we will build our home," he said, his voice stronger now, carrying over the wind like a call to the ages. "Here the line of the Eotheid will endure, not as wanderers upon the land, but as its rightful lord." There was a silence then, not of hesitation or doubt, but of something deeper, something reverent, as if the very air itself had stilled to listen, as if the land had heard and was waiting, holding its breath in expectation. Then, slowly, one by one, the riders raised their voices, not in cheers of victory, but in a solemn oath, in words spoken not just to each other, but to the earth beneath them, to the sky above, to the rivers and the winds and the endless rolling fields that would soon become their home. And so, upon that dawn, Rohan was born. The first days were not easy, for a land, no matter how fair, does not become a kingdom overnight. The people of Eor set to work with hands made rough by war, but hearts strengthened by purpose. They built not with stone, but with wood and with spirit, with sweat and laughter, with the voices of their children weaving new songs into the wind. They raised great halls with golden roofs that caught the light of the setting sun, and from the timber of the forests they shaped the first of their cities. Aldburg, it was called, the first home of the kings of Rohan, where the banners of the horse lords would fly for many years before the great halls of Medazeld would rise upon the heights of Edoras. Eorl himself, though a warrior by blood and birth, found a new weight settling upon his shoulders, a weight unlike the burden of battle, yet no less heavy. He would stand upon the walls of Aldburg in the evening, when the sky was painted in the deep reds and purples of the dying sun, and he would watch as his people labored, as they built homes and sowed fields, as they laughed and argued, as children ran barefoot through the tall grass, their voices bright and carefree. It was in those moments that the true weight of kingship pressed upon him, not the weight of ruling, but of responsibility, of knowing that every life within this land was bound to his own, that every man who raised a house, every mother who rocked a child to sleep, every elder who sat by the fire and told tales of the north, they were all his to protect, to guide, to shelter from the storms that would surely come. One such evening, as the last light of day cast long shadows across the land, Eorl stood at the edge of the city, his arms folded across his chest, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. The wind stirred his hair, and the distant sound of laughter carried through the air, mingling with the soft murmur of the river beyond. It was in this quiet that a voice, familiar and steady, broke through his thoughts. "You are troubled." Eeyore turned to see Brego, his closest friend and most trusted advisor, standing beside him. Brego, son of Baldur, a man of keen mind and steady hand, one who had fought beside him on the field of Celebrind, who had stood with him through every trial and hardship. His hair, once golden as a summer field, was already beginning to show the first traces of silver, though his eyes remained sharp, unwavering. Urlil sighed, rubbing a hand over his brow. "Not troubled," he murmured, though there was something uncertain in his voice. "Not troubled, only thoughtful. We have won our land, Brego, but winning is not the same as keeping. The world does not rest as easily as we would hope. War does not end because men grow weary of it. The world is vast, and there are always those who hunger for more." Brego was silent for a long moment, his gaze turning toward the hills in the distance where the sky was darkening, the first stars appearing like scattered embers. "Yes," he said at last, his voice low, thoughtful. "War is like the wind. It comes and goes, but it never truly ceases. Even in peace, the seeds of the next war are already taking root." He turned to Eeyore then, and there was something in his eyes, something deep and knowing. "But this land is not like the lands of the East, or the halls of kings who sit upon thrones of stone and count their wealth in silver and gold. This land is not built upon conquest, nor upon the blood of those we have defeated. It is built upon the bond between man and steed, upon the promise of those who ride together, who fight together, who live and die as one." Iral was silent, watching his friend, feeling the weight of his words settle deep within him. Brego continued, his voice softer now, almost wistful. "We are not kings of walls and towers, Eorl. We are kings of the wind and sky, of the open plain, of the road that stretches ever onward. Our people do not measure their strength in crowns or coin, but in the speed of their horses, in the trust between rider and steed, in the song of the wind that carries them forward." Eorl exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting once more to the horizon. "Yes," he said at last, and his voice was quiet but certain. "Yes, we are." The night had settled over Aldburg like a velvet shroud, and the stars, bright and unclouded, shimmered in the vastness above, their silver light casting pale shadows upon the earth. A cool wind whispered through the grasses, stirring them with a sound like distant voices, as if the land itself was murmuring, recounting secrets that only the sky could hear. In the darkness, the breath of horses lingered in the air like faint mists, rising in gentle plumes, their ears flicking at the unseen things that moved beyond the firelight. Somewhere, far across the plains, the lone cry of a night bird pierced the silence, a fleeting song that was neither joyous nor mournful, but something in between, a sound of the ancient world, untouched by the worries of men. Borl stood before the open doors of his hall, his gaze turned toward the distant hills, where the moon cast long silver lines over the rolling land. The golden roof of Aldburg gleamed faintly under the starlit sky, its wooden pillars carved with runes of protection, of kingship, of the old ways that bound his people to the land. The warmth of the hearth fire flickered behind him, sending long shadows across the stone floor. But he did not turn to it, for his thoughts lay not in the comfort of the hall, nor in the mead that his men drank in celebration, but out there, beyond the walls, beyond the hills, beyond even the horizon, where the unknown stretched like a great and endless road. Brigo had remained with him, though the hour was late, and as he stepped forward his boots made a soft sound against the wooden threshold, his arms crossed over his broad chest. The light of the fire behind them danced upon his features, catching in his eyes, which were filled with quiet thoughtfulness, mirroring the distant look that lingered upon Eorl's face. For a long while, neither spoke, and only the wind moved between them, carrying the scent of damp earth and the distant fragrance of wildflowers crushed beneath the hooves of passing horses. At last Brigo broke the silence, his voice low, measured, like the beginning of a song that had yet to find its full melody. You watch the horizon as though you expected to shift, as though the land itself might rise to speak to you, he said, a trace of a smile in his tone, though it was laced with something deeper, something knowing. What is it that you seek in the darkness, Eor? What is it that calls to you beyond the bounds of our home? Eorl exhaled softly, his fingers brushing the carved wood of the doorpost, feeling the grain beneath his hand, rough yet strong, like the very bones of the land they had claimed. It is not the land I watch, nor the sky, he murmured, his voice distant, like one speaking to the wind rather than to the man beside him. It is something else, something older than this place, older even than the fields that stretch beneath our feet. A whisper, Brigo, one that does not come from the earth or the wind, but from within me. It is a knowing, a feeling, like the gathering of a storm long before the first cloud darkens the sky, a whisper that tells me peace is not the end of the road, but merely a breath between battles. Brigo was silent for a moment, his gaze searching Eor's face, reading the depth of thought that lay there, the weight of responsibility that settled upon his friend's shoulders like an unseen mantle. When he spoke again, his voice was quiet but steady, like the rhythm of hooves upon familiar ground. You have been a warrior for too long, my friend, he said, his tone neither questioning nor chiding, but something else. Something laced with understanding, and warriors who have seen war for too many days find it difficult to trust peace, to rest without keeping a hand upon the hilt of their sword. I have seen it before, in men older than either of us, in the way their eyes linger upon the horizon, never truly seeing what is before them, but always searching for what might come. Do you fear, then, that the gift we have been given is not meant to last? That this land, this home we have built, is but a fleeting thing, a flame that will soon be swallowed by the wind? Earl turned to him then, his expression unreadable, yet filled with something deep and quiet, something that lay in the spaces between words, in the silence between heartbeats. I do not fear, he said at last, and though his voice was soft, there was a certainty in it, a strength that did not come from the sharpness of a blade, but from something deeper, something forged in the fire of knowing. But I do not trust the world to let us be. It is not fear that stirs me, but understanding. The world does not grant peace without cost, and even as we stand here, speaking of rest, I can feel the weight of time pressing upon us. The world turns, Brego, whether we wish it to or not. And beyond these hills, beyond the rivers and the forests, there are men who look upon what we have and see not a home, but a prize to be won. Brego nodded slowly, his gaze drifting toward the fields below, where the fires of their people flickered in the dark, where voices rose in laughter and song, unaware of the burdens carried by the men who stood watch above them. "Then let them come," he said, and there was no boast in his voice, no reckless eagerness for battle, but only the quiet resolve of a man who knew that the earth beneath his feet was worth defending, that the roots they had planted here ran too deep to be easily torn away. "Let them come, and let them find us waiting." Errol smiled faintly, though it was not a smile of joy, but one that carried the weight of all he knew, of all he had yet to know. "They will," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper against the wind. "And when they do, we will ride." And so the night deepened, and the wind carried their words into the dark, weaving them into the great and endless song of the land. The stars, watchful and silent, burned on above them, and in the fields below the horses stirred in their sleep, as if they too could hear the whisper of things yet to come. The wind carried the scent of the earth, rich with the breath of new grass and the lingering trace of rain, whispering over the open plains like a spirit that had never known rest. It curled around the hills of Aldeburgh, stirred the thatched roofs of the wooden halls, rattled the iron rings upon the great doors, and passed unseen through the narrow paths where the horses stood tethered, their ears flicking, their powerful frames shifting as if in conversation with the night. The stars above, scattered like silver dust upon an endless sea of black, flickered and burned, eternal watchers over the land that stretched vast and untamed below. The moon, heavy and full, bathed the world in its cold light, turning the grasses to silver waves, and casting the shadows of men and steeds alike into long dark streaks upon the earth. Earl sat astride Felleroff at the crest of a low hill, his gaze cast far across the land that now bore his name. Though the wind touched him with its cool fingers, he did not shiver, nor did he draw his cloak closer around his shoulders, for the cold was not what troubled him. He sat in silence, his hand resting lightly upon the stallion's thick mane, feeling the warmth of the great beast beneath his palm, the quiet, steady strength of the creature that had chosen him, not by command nor by bridle, but by something older, something unspoken, something that lived in the space between man and horse, between earth and sky. It was the same quiet strength that now pulsed beneath the land itself, in the roots of the hills, in the winding streams, in the turning of the stars above. He exhaled slowly, his breath curling in the night air like a ghost upon the wind. His thoughts had not settled since the night before, since the conversation with Brego, since the words had been spoken aloud that had already lived in his mind for many days. Peace was a thing that men desired, that they fought and bled for, that they carved from the bones of war and held close as though it were a treasure never to be surrendered. And yet it was fleeting. It was always fleeting. Peace was the stillness between storms, the quiet before the thunder, the breath before the blade is drawn. And in his heart, Earl knew that the storm had not yet passed, that it had only drifted beyond the horizon, waiting for the moment when the winds would change. A sound behind him drew his thoughts from the vastness of the land and back to the present. The familiar cadence of hooves upon the earth, slow and deliberate. A presence that neither threatened nor intruded, but merely was. He did not turn, for he already knew who it would be. "You do not sleep," Brigo said at last, his voice low, touched with a quiet amusement, but beneath it lay something else, something thoughtful, something weighted. Eorl tilted his head slightly, his fingers tightening in Felaroff's mane for a brief moment before releasing. "Sleep is not what I seek tonight." Brigo guided his own mount forward until they were side by side, their shadows blending upon the grass, the horses shifting slightly, their breath rising in quiet puffs of mist. He studied his friend in the pale light, the sharp lines of his face carved deeper by thought, his eyes dark with things unspoken. "And what is it you seek, Eorl?" For a long while the younger man did not answer, only let the silence stretch between them, a silence not of discomfort but of understanding, of shared burdens, of words that did not need to be spoken to be known. And yet at last Eorl spoke, his voice quiet but steady, like the slow current of a deep river. "I think of the roads that led us here," he said, his gaze never leaving the land before him, his words as much for the night as for the man beside him. "I think of the battle we fought, of the blood we spilled, of the oaths we swore. I think of the day when we first beheld this land, when we rode forth, and the wind carried the sound of our voices like a song upon the air. I think of the joy that filled our hearts, the certainty that this would be our home, that we had found a place where our people could live and breathe and ride as they were meant to." He paused, and when he spoke again there was something heavier in his voice, something distant, as though he were speaking to ghosts. "And yet I think also of the days to come, of the riders who will follow after us, of the kings who will sit upon our throne, of the battles yet to be fought. I think of how the world does not stand still, Brigo. It turns, as it always has, as it always will, and peace is but a single step upon a road that has no end." Brigo sighed, rubbing a hand over his beard, his brow furrowed with thought. "You speak as though you have already glimpsed the days beyond your own, as though the weight of all the years to come has already settled upon your shoulders." He turned his gaze back to the land, his expression unreadable. "And yet, is that not the burden of kings? To see beyond the present, to look past the walls of their halls, past the comfort of hearth and home, past the songs of peace and the laughter of children, and to see the road that stretches ever onward? It is a heavy thing, Eorl, to look upon the world and understand that nothing lasts, that every victory is but a breath before the next battle, that every age is merely the prelude to the age that will follow. And yet, what would you do if you could choose? Would you turn from it? Would you give it up?" Earl's lips twitched in a faint wry smile, though it did not reach his eyes. "No," he said, his voice steady, unwavering. "No, I would not." Brigo nodded slowly, as though this was the answer he had expected. "Then you must take this land as it is, Eorl, and not as you wish it to be. You must hold it for what it is now, not for what it may become. The storms will come as they always do, but for now there is peace, and that too is worth something. For a long moment neither of them spoke, and only the wind moved between them, carrying their words away into the night, scattering them upon the hills like seeds upon the wind. Eld exhaled softly, and at last he turned his gaze away from the distant horizon and back toward the land at his feet, toward the lights of Eldberg, toward the laughter that still carried faintly upon the wind. "Perhaps," he murmured, and though his voice was quiet, there was something lighter in it, something softer. "Perhaps you are right." And so, beneath the watching stars, the two men sat upon their steeds, side by side, listening to the breath of the land, to the song of the wind, to the quiet hum of the world that would endure long after their names had faded into the echoes of time. The morning broke slowly over the ridges of the mark, unfurling itself in quiet splendor, as though reluctant to rouse the land from its slumber. The sky, painted in the deep indigo of the departing night, faded into hues of gold and rose where the first fingers of light touched the horizon, delicate and hesitant, as if unsure whether the world was ready to receive the gift of another day. The breath of the wind was cool, carrying the scent of dew-laden grass, the damp musk of earth that had been softened by the night's embrace, the faintest traces of wood smoke rising from distant hearths. The rolling plains stretching far beyond sight shimmered with the silver kiss of morning mist, a great sea of shifting light and shadow, rippling in the breeze like the mane of a great and unseen steed. Eorl had not slept, though his mind had willed him to rest. He had remained in the saddle long after Brego had departed, alone beneath the vast dome of the sky, watching the darkness recede, listening to the murmurs of the land, feeling the slow and measured pulse of the world beneath him. It was a strange thing, this land that had become his, this place that had accepted the footsteps of his people, that had cradled them in its rolling embrace, as though it had been waiting for them all along. There was an ancientness to it, something deep and unknowable, something that whispered through the tall grasses, something that lived in the stones beneath the soil, in the winding courses of the rivers, in the hollow places where the wind gathered its voice. And yet it was young in its own way, unmarked by the passage of kings, unscarred by the weight of old wars, still wild, still untamed, still holding its breath as it waited for the tale of men to be written upon its earth. A shift in Felleroth's stance brought Eorl back to the present, the stallion flicking his ears toward the east, his nostrils flaring slightly, as though sensing a presence upon the wind. Eorl followed his steed's gaze, though his own eyes perceived nothing yet beyond the endless undulations of the land. But he knew better than to doubt the instincts of such a beast. The Miras were unlike any other horses in Middle-earth, their wisdom far deeper than mere training, their awareness sharper than sight alone could grant. Felleroth had felt something, though what it was, Eorl could not yet say. And so he waited, his hands resting lightly upon the reins, his breath steady, his heart quiet, though his thoughts still stirred like the wind before a gathering storm. It was not long before the first distant movement broke the stillness, a dark shape upon the eastern ridge, cresting the hills like a shadow against the golden light of the rising sun. Then another, and another. They came in silence, their figures blurred by the mist, slow moving but deliberate, their forms indistinct at first until the light revealed them for what they were: riders. Their banners were unfamiliar, their horses lean and swift, their presence neither openly hostile nor openly welcoming. They did not ride with the careless gait of wandering traders, nor with the desperate speed of messengers carrying urgent tidings. There was something measured about their approach, something cautious, something weighted, as though they carried not only their own purpose, but the unseen hands of history upon their shoulders. Earl did not move, nor did he reach for his sword. Instead, he simply watched, his gaze steady, his thoughts turning like the slow wheels of time. Whoever they were, they had come for a reason, and so he would wait to hear it. As they drew closer, he could see them more clearly. Men clad in dark riding cloaks, their armor well kept but bearing the marks of long travel, their faces shadowed beneath their helms. Their leader, a tall man with a presence that was not easily ignored, guided his horse forward with an air of command that spoke of experience rather than arrogance. His eyes, dark as river stones, met Eeyore's with a gaze that did not waver, though there was something in them that carried the weight of a question unspoken, a thought left waiting to be voiced. Burrell inclined his head slightly, a gesture neither of submission nor of dismissal, but of acknowledgment, of recognition that the moment that stood between them was a moment that mattered, that held the shape of something greater than either of them alone. The man brought his horse to a halt, his companions following suit, their mounts shifting slightly but making no unnecessary movement. For a moment there was only silence between them, the wind curling around their figures, the sky stretching vast and endless above. Then, at last, the stranger spoke. "You are Eeyore, son of Leod," he said, and, though his voice was steady, there was a note of something else beneath it, something like curiosity, something like calculation, something like the careful weighing of a blade in the hand before the first stroke is made. Earl studied him for a moment, then nodded. "I am," he replied, his own voice carrying the slow certainty of a man who does not see the need for haste in words. "And you are men of Gondor." A faint smile touched the edges of the stranger's mouth, though it did not linger. "We are," he admitted, "though we are not the first you have seen." Eros tilted his head slightly, his gaze sharp, though his expression remained unreadable. "No," he said, "you are not." The man exhaled softly, his fingers tightening slightly upon the reins before he spoke again. "I am Sirion, son of Mardiel," he said, and though there was no arrogance in his tone, there was something in the way he carried his name, something that spoke of a lineage that had not been easily won. "We ride from Minas Tirith by order of the steward. We have come not to demand, nor to threaten, but to speak." Eorl nodded slowly, his own thoughts shifting, turning, considering. Gondor had given them this land, had granted them this home in exchange for the blood they had shed upon the field of Celebrant, and yet he had never once been so naive as to believe that such a gift came without expectation, without the silent weight of an unspoken debt. He had known from the first moment he had laid eyes upon these lands that the day would come when Gondor would return to call upon the oath that had been sworn. And now, it seemed, that day had come. He gestured toward the land behind him, toward the great hall that stood at the heart of Aldburg, its golden roof catching the first light of day. "Then speak, Sirion of Gondor," he said, his voice calm, though beneath it lay something watchful, something waiting. "Come, and we will hear what words you bring." And so, beneath the vast and endless sky, the riders of Gondor followed the king of the Mark toward the heart of his land, and the wind carried their voices forward into the morning, weaving them into the story that had only just begun to be written upon the plains of Rohan. The golden hall of Alderburg stood bathed in the pale light of morning, its high beams dark with age, its walls carved with the images of horses in flight, of riders bound to the wind, of battles fought and won, of a people whose story was still being written upon the land they now called home. The fire in the great hearth crackled low, sending twisting shadows dancing across the wooden floor, while the scent of burning pine mingled with the crisp coolness of the dawn that crept in through the high, arched doorways. Outside, the wind sighed across the plains, whispering through the thatch of the rooftops, bending the grass like a restless tide that never found the shore. Eeyore sat upon the high seat, though he bore none of the trappings of kings who ruled from thrones of stone, none of the weight of crowns or robes embroidered with the wealth of fallen ages. He was clad, as he had always been, in the garb of a rider, the hilt of his sword resting lightly against the wood of his chair, his hands clasped loosely upon the arms as he watched the men of Gondor with eyes that were steady, patient, unreadable. Before him Sirion stood, his companions silent behind him, their dark cloaks still damp from the morning mist, their faces shadowed beneath the helms that bore the sigil of the white tree. For a long moment, neither man spoke, and the hush between them stretched taut, filled only by the flickering of the fire, the distant murmur of voices from the city beyond, the steady rhythm of hoofs in the stables where the horses stirred in their sleep. It was not a silence of discomfort, nor of hesitation, but of understanding, an acknowledgement of the weight of what was to come, of the words that had yet to be spoken, of the unspoken truths that had already settled between them, like riders upon the plain. At last Sirion inclined his head slightly, his hands resting lightly upon the table before him, his voice measured, careful, but not without a note of something else beneath it, something that did not yet wish to be named. "We ride upon the will of the steward, as I have said before," he began, his words slow, deliberate, like a man choosing each stone before building the bridge that would carry him across uncertain waters. "And we come not to call upon the oath that was sworn upon the field of Celebrant, as one calls upon a debt long unpaid, nor do we ride with the expectation of demands that cannot be met. But the world is changing, Eorl, son of Liad, and the wind does not turn without cause." The Earl studied him for a moment, his gaze never wavering, though his thoughts moved like the shadow of a hawk across the grass, swift and searching. "The wind has always turned," he said at last, his voice quieter, though no less certain. "It is the way of things. We do not stand still, we who ride upon the earth, we who call no place our prison. The road moves beneath us, the sky shifts above us, and the world turns whether we will it or no. But you do not come to speak to me of the ways of the wind, Sirion of Gondor. A faint shadow passed across Sirion's face, not of anger nor even of disappointment, but of something deeper, something weary, something that spoke of long days spent watching the borders of a kingdom that did not sleep, of the weight of words that had been carried for too many miles upon the shoulders of men who bore their duty like armor that could never be set aside. He exhaled slowly, as one who had thought long upon his answer, as one who had known this moment would come and had already faced it 100 times in the silence of his own thoughts. "No," he admitted, and there was no denial in his tone, no falsehood, only the quiet resolve of one who understood the road he walked. "I do not." He straightened slightly, and though his voice did not rise, it carried across the hall like the ringing of steel upon steel. "The east stirs, my lord. There is movement beyond the river, whispers upon the wind, the kind that are not carried lightly, the kind that do not come and go as passing storms, but that settle in the bones of the earth and do not fade. There are men in the lands beyond the Anduin who watch Gondor with eyes that do not turn away, who wait for the moment when the White City is looking elsewhere, when its borders are stretched too thin, when its strength has been spent upon wars that have not yet begun. And though Gondor stands, as it always has, though we do not falter, though we do not yield, we are not blind to the truths that lie upon the horizon." Eeyore listened, his expression unreadable, though the slow tide of thought moved behind his eyes like the deep current of a river that runs beneath still waters. He had known, of course. He had known the moment he had seen them upon the ridge, the moment he had looked upon their faces and read the weight in their gazes, the moment he had heard their words and known what it was they did not yet ask, and yet hearing it now, spoken aloud, shaped into something that could no longer be left unspoken. It was different. It settled within him, not as a surprise, but as something that had always been waiting. "And so you come," he said at last, and though there was no accusation in his voice, there was something else, something quiet and knowing. Not to demand, not to threaten, but to ask. Sirion did not look away, though there was a moment where something flickered in his gaze, something like the ghost of a man who had once known the taste of pride, but had long since set it aside in the name of duty. "Yes," he said simply, "to ask." Another silence stretched between them, though it was different now, heavier, no longer the silence of things unspoken, but of things that had been laid bare, of choices that now waited to be made. Eeyore leaned back slightly, his fingers tapping once, lightly, against the wood of his chair. "And if I refuse?" Sirion was silent for a long moment, though when he spoke his voice did not waver. "Then Gondor will stand," he said, "as it has always stood. But the world will be lesser for it." The words did not strike like a threat, nor like a plea, but like a simple, inescapable truth. And Yorl, who had always known that the road did not end at the gates of Aldeburgh, who had always felt the weight of time pressing upon his shoulders, who had always understood that a rider does not choose the wind that carries him, Yorl understood it too. And so the hall was quiet. save for the murmuring of the fire, the whisper of the wind beyond the doors, the slow, steady turning of the world that did not wait for the will of men. And the decision, though not yet spoken, had already been made. The fire in the great hall of Eldberg burned low, its glow flickering against the wooden pillars carved with the stories of the past, with the shapes of galloping steeds and the sigils of a people who had forged their place in the world, not with iron crowns or walls of stone, but with the wind in their hair and the thundering of hooves beneath them. The scent of burning pine mingled with the breath of the open fields beyond the threshold, where the morning mist had begun to fade beneath the rising sun, and the first stirrings of life in the city murmured like the deep, slow rhythm of a great and unseen heart. Outside, the horses in the stables shifted in their stalls, their tails flicking, their breath steady, their bodies restless as though they too could feel the weight of the choice that hung in the air, as though the land itself held its breath, waiting for the words that would set the future into motion. Ur remained seated upon the high chair, though the weight upon his shoulders was not one of ornament, nor of idle rule, but of something far older, something that ran in the blood of his people, something that could not be set aside even if he willed it. He had always known that his life was not his own, that the course of his people was not a thing he could steer with the ease of a rider guiding his horse, but rather something woven into the fabric of the world itself, something shaped by the turning of the stars and the will of the wind. He did not resent it, for he was as much a part of it as the rivers that cut through the land, as the mountains that stood like sentinels against the sky, as the horses that carried their riders beyond the reach of mere men. And yet, even with this knowing, there was a moment, just a breath, where the weight of it all pressed against him, where the quiet before the answer felt heavier than the battle itself. Cirion of Gondor stood before him still, the firelight catching in the edges of his dark cloak, in the worn metal of his armor, in the set of his jaw that did not betray impatience, but the endurance of a man who had long since learned that time does not always bend to the will of those who seek it. His companions stood behind him, silent, watchful, their faces marked by the long road they had ridden to reach this hall, their hands resting lightly near their hilts, not in threat, but in habit, in the way that soldiers carry the memory of war, even in the moments when peace still lingers. There was no movement in them, no flicker of unease, no shift of weight that betrayed doubt, and yet, in their stillness there was expectation, the knowledge that this was a moment in which the course of things would turn, in which something would be set in motion that could not be undone. At last Iorel exhaled, not heavily, not as one who carries reluctance, but as one who has reached the end of a road he already knew he must walk. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers curling against the wood of the armrest, his gaze steady, unwavering, as he studied the man before him, as he weighed the shape of his own words before giving them voice. "You speak of the east stirring," he said, his tone quiet, though it did not lack in strength. "You speak of whispers upon the wind, of shadows that do not move without cause, of the kind of unrest that does not pass as a summer storm, but that lingers in the bones of the earth long after the sky has cleared. And I hear you, Cirion, son of Mardil. I hear the weight in your words, the truth that you carry not as a man delivering tidings, but as one who knows what lies beyond the veil of uncertainty, as one who has stood upon the walls of a city that does not sleep, as one who has seen the gathering of crows before the feast. I do not doubt you." He paused then, his gaze shifting toward the high beams of the hall, toward the rafters where the shadows stretched long, where the dust of ages still clung to the edges of the wood, where the echoes of all those who had come before him seemed to linger, listening. When he spoke again, his voice was softer, though no less certain. "But tell me this, Sirion, what is it that Gondor asks of me, of my people? What is it that you would have us give? And do not speak to me of oaths, for an oath is not a thing given once and held as a blade above the heads of those who swore it. An oath is a thing that lives, a thing that is honored not in the speaking but in the carrying of it. I do not turn from what was sworn upon the field of Celeborn, nor do I forget the hand that was given in the hour of need. But I ask you plainly now, as a man who rules not from the towers of stone, but from the back of a horse, with the wind at his back and the sky above him, what is it that you would have me do?" Kirion's expression did not change, though his fingers tightened slightly upon the table before him, a brief flicker of motion that betrayed the weight of what he was about to say, the knowing that words once spoken cannot be unmade. "War is not upon us yet," he said at last, and though his voice was calm, there was something beneath it, something like the rumbling of distant thunder that is not yet broken. "But it will come, and it will not come upon Gondor alone. The world does not divide itself so cleanly between those who fight and those who watch. It will come to you as surely as the river reaches the sea, as surely as the wind carries the scent of fire before the blaze. And when it does, it will not ask whether Rohan is ready. It will not wait for the riders to call their banners. It will not pause before the gates of Aldburg and wonder whether this land stands apart from the fate of the West. It will come, because it has always come, and it will not spare those who think themselves beyond its reach." He lifted his gaze then, meeting Yorl's eyes without hesitation, without demand, but with the full weight of what had been spoken. "And so I do not ask for tribute, nor for fealty, nor for the bending of knees before a throne that does not rule this land. I ask only that when the time comes, when the dark tide rises, when the storm breaks upon the world, you do not wait until the wind has torn the very roots from the earth before you act. I ask only that you remember the road that has already been walked, that you do not let the wheel of history turn back upon itself, that you do not wait until the battle is already at your door before you take up your arms. That is what I ask of you, Eorl, son of Leod. No more, and no less." Urel was silent for a long moment, and in that silence the fire crackled softly, the wind stirred the banners upon the walls, the horses in the fields beyond let out low, restless whinnies. He did not speak, not yet, for his thoughts were not ones that could be answered lightly, nor did he hold the fate of his people as a thing to be wagered with words hastily given. He let the weight of it settle, let the breath of the world press against him, let the knowing sink into his bones, as though the land itself had become a part of the choice. And when he did speak, his voice was quiet, steady, unshaken. "Then let it be so," he said. "When the war comes, we will ride." And with those words, the wind shifted, as though the land had heard and knew that something had been set into motion that could not be undone. The fire in the great hall of Eldberg had burned low, its embers pulsing like the dying heartbeat of a slumbering beast, casting long, restless shadows upon the wooden beams that bore the weight of the roof above. The air, thick with the scent of pine-wood smoke and the lingering traces of mead and leather, carried a quiet stillness, as though the very stones of the hall had listened to the words spoken within it and were holding their breath, waiting for the echoes of fate to settle upon the earth. Outside, the wind had risen, sighing through the open plains, bending the grasses in great sweeping waves that shimmered under the pale glow of the moon, carrying with it the scent of damp earth, of the distant rivers winding their way through the land, of the horses that stood silent beneath the watchful sky, their great dark eyes reflecting the starlight like the still waters of an untouched lake. The still waters of an untouched lake. Eorl had not moved from his seat, though his fingers had traced slow, thoughtful patterns upon the carved armrests, his thoughts stretching far beyond the confines of the hall, reaching toward the unseen roads that lay ahead, toward the choices that had already been set in motion, toward the weight of what had been spoken and what could never now be unspoken. There was something heavy in the air, not in the way that sorrow lingers after a battle lost, nor in the way that fear coils in the heart before the drawing of a blade, but in the way that the world itself seemed to shift beneath the feet of those who stand at the threshold of change, as though the very fabric of time had turned to watch, as though the wind had stilled just long enough to listen. Tyrion stood across from him still, his gaze steady, his hands resting lightly upon the worn wood of the long table, his posture bearing the patience of a man who knew that words carried weight beyond their speaking, that the moment after a decision is made is often heavier than the moment before it. His companions had not yet spoken, nor had they moved, though their eyes flickered in the firelight, their thoughts unreadable behind the veils of discipline and duty that had been woven into them through years of service to a kingdom that did not sleep, to a city whose white walls stood eternal against the dark tides of the world. It was Sirion who broke the silence, his voice quiet, though it carried with it the gravity of all that had passed between them. "Then it is set," he murmured, and there was no triumph in his words, no relief, no expectation of thanks or of ceremony, only the solemn recognition that something had shifted, that the course of things had bent, that the weight of old oaths and the turning of new fates had met upon the same road, and when the day comes, when the horns of Gondor sound upon the wind, the mark shall answer. Orl's fingers stilled upon the wood, and for a moment he let his gaze drop to the worn grain of the table, tracing the scars left by years of feasting, of meetings, of hands that had gripped it in anger and in laughter, of cups that had been slammed upon it in challenge, of maps that had been unrolled upon its surface, their lines tracing the veins of a world that did not stand still. When he spoke, his voice was measured but not hesitant, the voice of a man who had always known that his fate was not to be written in stillness, but upon the wind, upon the back of a horse, upon the endless plains that stretched beyond the sight of men who built their walls of stone and believed them to be unyielding. "There is no other way," he said at last, his words not a question, not a resignation, but a simple truth, a thing that had always been known even before it had been spoken aloud. We do not stand apart from the world, no matter how wide the plains may seem, no matter how far the sky stretches above us. We may ride as the wind, but the wind does not choose where it blows, nor can it turn the tide of what is to come. And so, when the time comes, we will ride, not because we are bound by oath, not because we are summoned as vassals to a throne that is not our own, but because the land does not belong only to those who fight for it last. It belongs to those who fight for it first. Sirion inclined his head slightly, and though there was no smile upon his face, there was something in his expression that shifted, something in his eyes that spoke of understanding, of a knowing that ran deeper than duty, deeper than oaths sworn upon battlefields, deeper than the turning of the years. "Then you have given more than your word," he said. "You have given your people strength, not because it was asked of you, but because you knew it was already theirs to give." He straightened then, exhaling softly, as though the weight he carried had not lessened, but had at last settled into its rightful place upon his shoulders. "The steward will know your answer, and should the time come, he will not ask in vain." The wind stirred then, a low murmur through the open doors of the hall, curling around the pillars, weaving through the banners that hung upon the walls, rustling the edges of the maps that lay upon the long table, stirring the flames in the hearth, as though carrying away the words that had been spoken, carrying them into the night, into the land, into the turning of time itself. Earl rose slowly, his movements unhurried, as though there was no urgency in what had just been decided, as though the world had not just shifted beneath their feet, as though the wind itself had not carried their fates upon its back. But when he turned to Sirion again, there was something in his bearing that was different, something that had settled deep within him, something that had been waiting for this moment, not just since the men of Gondor had crossed the ridges of the Mark, but since the first horse had set its hooves upon this land, since the first rider had looked upon the open fields and known that this was a place where the blood of their people would not only be spilled, but where it would take root. "When you return to Minas Tirith," he said, and his voice was not loud, but it carried like the low rolling of distant thunder before the storm. "Tell the steward that when the dark tide rises, when the shadow creeps upon the land, and the world holds its breath, when the horns sound upon the wind, and the sky grows heavy with the weight of what is to come, Rohan will not wait to be called." He let the silence stretch for a breath, then another, before he spoke again, quieter this time, but no less certain. "We will already be riding." And so the fire crackled in the hearth, and the wind moved through the halls. And outside, upon the open plains, the horses lifted their heads, as though they too had heard, as though they too knew that the world had turned beneath the hooves of those who would carry it forward. The wind rose with the dawn, moving like a living thing across the rolling plains, stirring the tall grass into a whispering tide, weaving through the wooden beams of Eldberg, rattling the iron rings upon the great doors of the hall, as though the land itself sought to remind its people that the world did not stand still. The horizon stretched endlessly, bathed in the pale gold of early morning, the sky vast and unbroken save for a few drifting clouds, their edges tinged with the first light of the sun. In the distance the hills undulated gently, like the backs of great slumbering beasts, their forms shrouded in the thinning mist that clung to the earth, as though reluctant to release its hold upon the night. The river, unseen but ever present, sang softly in the far distance, its voice mingling with the calls of waking birds, with the distant neighing of horses that shifted restlessly in their pastures, their breath rising in thin, silver plumes into the cool air. Ral stood at the edge of the high balcony that overlooked the city, his hands resting lightly upon the wooden railing, his gaze cast toward the east, where the land stretched far beyond what the eye could see, where the ridges of the mark gave way to the unknown, to the lands that lay between Rohan and Gondor, to the roads upon which fate had always been waiting. His cloak stirred in the wind, the deep green fabric rippling like a banner caught in the breath of a coming storm, the golden embroidery glinting faintly in the morning light, though he took no notice of it. His thoughts were elsewhere, moving like unseen riders across the vastness of the world, turning over the words that had been spoken the night before, the choice that had already been made, the road that had already been set beneath his feet long before he had ever spoken his oath aloud. He had always known, even in the earliest days, even when his people had first laid their claim upon these lands, that the peace they had won would never be a thing held in permanence, that no kingdom, no matter how strong, no matter how wide its fields or swift its riders, could stand forever untouched by the turning of the world. He had known that the day would come when Rohan would be called, not in demand, not in debt, but in the name of something greater than its own survival, greater than its own prosperity. And yet, even knowing it, even having always carried that knowledge in the quiet places of his mind, there was something in the moment of its arrival that settled differently upon him now. Something that did not weigh as a burden, but as a certainty, as a breath of inevitability that had at last found its place in the fabric of time. A sound behind him, quiet yet deliberate, brought him from his thoughts, though he did not turn at once. The footfalls were familiar, the measured stride of a man who did not hesitate, yet did not seek to intrude, the presence of one who had walked beside him for too many years to require permission to stand at his side. "You have not slept." Brego's voice carried softly over the wind, though there was no reproach in it, only the understanding of one who knew well the weight that rested upon the shoulders of kings, of leaders, of men who bore the burdens of more than just themselves. He stepped forward, his own gaze following Earl's, tracing the lines of the land, the way the morning light touched the ridges in the distance, the way the wind moved the tall grass in restless waves, the way the city below stirred with the quiet hum of early activity, as though it too could feel that something had shifted, that the days to come would not pass in silence. Earl exhaled softly, a breath that was neither weary nor resigned, but thoughtful, steady. "No," he admitted, his voice quiet but firm. "There was much to consider." He turned slightly then, glancing toward his oldest friend, the man who had stood beside him in battle, who had ridden at his side from the north, who had known him before he was a king, before the weight of his people had settled upon his back. "But in truth, I do not know if it would have made any difference." The answer was always known, even before the question was asked. Brego studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable, though his eyes held a depth of thought that needed no words. "Then why trouble yourself with the turning of it?" he asked at last, and there was no accusation in his tone, only curiosity, only the knowing that the choices of kings were never as simple as they appeared. "You are not a man given to indecision, Eorl, nor are you one to let doubt settle in your bones, and yet I see it in you, the weight of something unspoken. Is it the war itself that lingers in your thoughts, or is it something else?" Earl was silent for a moment, his gaze drifting back to the horizon, to the roads that stretched beyond it, to the lands that lay waiting in the distance, unseen but not forgotten. "It is not the war," he said at last, his voice lower now, though it did not waver. "War is a thing we have always known, a thing we have carried in our blood, in our history, in the steps of every rider who has ever taken up a sword in the name of his kin. No, it is not the war that lingers in my mind, Brego. It is what comes after." Brego frowned slightly, though not in confusion, but in consideration, in the slow unraveling of thought that came with understanding a thing that had not yet been spoken. "You think of the days beyond the battle," he said quietly, "of the road that does not end at the raising of swords, but at the laying down of them. You think of what it means to fight not only for survival, but for what remains after the fight is won." Eorl nodded, his fingers tightening slightly against the railing, the wind tugging at the edges of his cloak as though it too sought to carry away the weight of the moment. "Yes," he murmured, "because this is not only about war, not only about the defense of land or the keeping of an oath. It is about the shaping of what will come after. It is about ensuring that when the fields are no longer marked by the passing of armies, when the sky is no longer heavy with the smoke of burning cities, there is still a world left worth riding for." Brego was silent for a long time, and in that silence the wind moved around them, carrying their words into the wide, waiting expanse of the mark. Then, at last, he spoke, his voice quieter now, thoughtful, measured. "Then perhaps that is the true weight of kingship," he said. "Not in the battles fought, nor in the victories won, but in the foresight to know that the fight itself is never the true end, that the road stretches always beyond the war, beyond the darkness, beyond the turning of the years, that the world we leave behind is not just the one we defended, but the one we built in its place." Earl turned to him then, and for the first time that morning there was the trace of something else in his expression, something lighter, not in relief nor in dismissal, but in the quiet understanding that had settled at last. He nodded once, slowly. "Yes," he said, "that is the road we must ride." And so the wind carried their voices across the plains, and the horses stirred in the distance. And the sun rose higher, gilding the land in light, as though the earth itself had heard and had accepted the oath that would one day echo in the songs of those yet to come. And in the days that followed, when the riders of Gondor turned their path homeward, when their banners disappeared beyond the ridges of the mark, when the halls of Aldburg stood once more in silence, the people of Rohan did not wait for the call of war. They rode, for they had always been riding.